Alright, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy, at the Polderlaan. It is Thursday, August 3rd, 2 p.m. local time. At the moment we have wind blowing from the northwest, and Polderbaan is one of the runways used for departures together with the Kaagbaan right now. Interesting configuration. Runway 27, Buitenvelderbaan, is used for arrivals at the moment. If you look in the ticker, you can see that the wind is blowing from 320 degrees with 17 knots, variable between 300 degrees and 010 degrees, so that is northerly wind. VCSH means vicinity showers. Showers are nearby. Few clouds at 1500 feet, towering cumulus. Broken clouds at 1600 feet. The temperature 18 degrees Celsius. The dew point is 15 degrees Celsius. And the QNH is 999 hectopascal. And the clouds are becoming scattered at 1800 feet. Goedemiddag, photo for you. Hey there, Mats. Goedemiddag. Peter, goedemiddag. Sue, good afternoon. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good afternoon to you too. Now, not sure what is going on with this Embraer from British Airways. They are holding, and not sure why. In the background we have a 777 coming this way. Hey there, Jackie. Hey there, YouTube fan. Goedemiddag, good afternoon to you both. Hope everybody is doing well. This morning we had showers. Last Monday was a dreadful day in terms of precipitation. So I am doing an afternoon stream. Also nice for a change. My plan is to stick around, weather permitting, until 5 or 6 p.m. local time. So 3-4 hours of streaming as I normally do. Hopefully, but I'm not gonna jinx anything by saying it too out loud. There is still that big airplane going back to Dubai. Maybe we get to see it up close. That would be a nice bonus. We'll see. Hey Dave, goedemiddag. So yeah, what's going on with that British Airways Embraer? I don't know. Maybe if some of you guys are listening to the ATC, maybe some of you have picked up what is wrong. If somebody knows more, do let us know in the chat. In the meantime, we have a 777 freighter from China Southern Cargo coming this way, destination Guangzhou. At least the Embraer is not standing still in a location that it cannot be bypassed. Now, let me give you guys the overview. It is still cloudy. The rain showers are still nearby. They're mowing the lawn. Oh, it's closer eye already. They are mowing the lawn on the airport terrain. Now over here they haven't mowed anything. Still a bit of a jungle. This is looking to the west, where the North Sea is. This is where the wind is blowing from approximately. Well, varying between here and here, roughly speaking. Just to show you guys the wind speed, 17 knots. It was already mentioned in the meter, but you can also clearly see the way the smoke is leaving the chimney of the factory in Westport. And of course, from this location we can also look at the proper windsock that is in front of the fire station. Not just the proxy windsock that are the chimneys. Well, is it moving? I think it is. It is on the move. It is coming this way. Looks like the first airplane of the day will, after all, be the Embraer 190. Marius, Model for Rail, Paula, Nelly, Sven, good afternoon. Maria, good afternoon. Good to see you all. Hope everybody is doing alright. Alright, so after a little delay, here is the first airplane of the day. Speedbird flight 8460, BA City Flyer, an Embraer 190 going to London City. It is an Embraer 190 short range. She is 11 years old. Her first flight was in July 2012. She seems to be climbing rapidly. All the while, the wind is trying to move my camera in all sorts of directions. Not the best conditions to follow the airplane smoothly today. Visibility quite alright by the looks of it. Or at least the clouds. Ah, there it is. I was about to say cloud deck. The ceiling seems to be relatively high. No, Tom. I parked my car just behind the trees that are over here, just before the no standing still sign. Technically speaking, that is allowed. It is allowed to park over there. The local police officers and residents have told me. So ever since, I have parked my car right over here. Just have to walk into the grass, that's it. Now it is vanishing into the clouds. In the meantime, our next airplane is coming this way. Looks like an Vistajet A320. Good afternoon, buon pomeriggio Matteo, come stai? Hey there Rick, goedemiddag. Beetje winderig hier. Otherwise I'm doing well. Hey there Eddie, goedemiddag. And Rick celebrating his fourth month of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Rick, and congratulations on to the 5th. Absolutely. Hey there J-Bell, good afternoon, lieve goedemiddag. All other people who have joined in the meantime, Good afternoon to you too. It is rather windy, as you guys can probably tell. A330 Neo by the looks of it. Coming this way. Yes, Neo coming this way. And hey there, Nitro, Zeus and Dave, good afternoon. And everywhere it is windy today, in the Netherlands at least. Right, A330 Neo coming this way, A320 Neo behind it from SAS. And that is over there. In the meantime, taxiing to the runway threshold is EasyJet flight 23302. Going to Edinburgh. It is an A320, 13 years old, first flight April 2010. Hey, guten Tag, Nick. Herzlich willkommen. And I'll have a look at the photo once I'm done streaming, Marius. Looking forward to it. Sounds good. Swimming pool. There's one long swim lane over here as well. Free waves. No ducks yet. Oh man, airplane following is really dreadful. I am pulling my camera to the left and the wind is trying to push it back to the right. Makes for very uneven following laterally. Nick has holiday. Schönen Urlaub, Nick. Veldi guten Tag. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Und herzlich willkommen zu alle deutsch sprechende Freunde. We have an A330 Neo, Delta Airlines Flight 163, destination Minneapolis. She is 3 years old. Her first flight April 2020. So optimal summer conditions here in the Netherlands, as you guys can see. Windy, sub 20 Celsius. Hey Afrodite, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Next up is an A320 Neo SAS, destination Oslo, flight 824. It is an airplane that is 2 years old. First flight was in October 2020. And you can see the tractors in the background mowing the lawn. That is on the runway area. Alright, the lights going on. Hey there, Donna, good afternoon. Good to see you. But you can clearly see how quickly the clouds are moving from left to right. Now, are we going to see a few droplets? It looks a bit hazy in looking in that direction. Wouldn't be surprised if we are going to see a few droplets. Embraer 190 from KLM going to Porto in Portugal. Flight 1713. And I am feeling a few droplets. Good afternoon, Otto, checking in from Thailand. Welcome. Hey there, Tim. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Well, Alright, Air Canada, flight 901, going back to Montreal. This is a Dreamliner, 8 years old, first flight October 2014. I'm now operating the camera with one hand and keeping the umbrella in the other. Luckily, looking at the weather radar, it looked like that was the only little bit of rain that was falling, but it was enough that if I hadn't shielded my camera, it would have probably been it would have probably become a little bit too wet. Right, let's see. Looks like the next airplane to come this way is a Boeing 737-900 to Helsinki. I think that should be it. Now we can see the A380 left of the 737 in the background. Still has to go back to Dubai. Not sure if by the time it takes off this will be the only runway for departures or if the Kappa will still be open, runway 24. If that is going to be the case, then there's a big chance that the A380 will not take off from this runway. I will tell. Christina, good morning. Checking in from Miami, Florida, where undoubtedly things are a bit more pleasant weather-wise. Right, is the 737 going to come this way, or is it? Yeah, it is coming this way. So it will take off right in front of our faces. That's always nice. Get ourselves a nice head-on shot. So this is KLM flight 1169. It is a Boeing 737-900, destination Helsinki, Finland. That is about 2 hours of flying. 737-900, she is 21 years old already. First flight of this airplane was in August 2001. And hey there, Peter and Otto. think this should be better again. My DJI mic, my wireless DJI mic was attached to the edge of my cap, and I think when the wind came under my umbrella just now, it blew off my head. It was in the grass a few meters from where I was standing. Are you guys hearing me properly again? Right, perfect. Hey Ina, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Next up is looking to be the Icelandair 767 back to Reykjavik. Now turning onto the taxiway over here. Icelandair flight 501, Boeing 767-300, going to Reykjavik, back to the home base. 767-300 ER, she is 22 years old. First flight was in August 2000. And indeed, that is the A380 in the background. And I have no idea what I'm going to do tomorrow's shoot. It is all very much weather dependent. But I typically try to go out in the mornings. If the wind stays the same, then I should be doing morning departures. I think today and tomorrow we are going to have wind from the northwest, and in the weekend it is changing again to a southerly wind, which will probably mean that they switch up the runway usage again. So they're still busy cutting the grass, mowing the lawn. If you tuned in later, you might have missed that they were already mowing the lawn over here. At least on the other side. Where I'm standing, it is still very much an overgrown jungle. Now luckily this is where the wind is coming from, and this is what I'm currently looking at. So hopefully the droplets we saw just now were the last of the day. If you guys are wondering, is it windy? Well, yes it is. The windsock also showing the same. Wind from the northwest, so there is a little bit of crosswind, but mostly headwind. The wind on average is pretty northerly today. Helicopter coming this way. Is that a police helicopter? No, that's the Lifeliner, the trauma helicopter. Meanwhile, the Icelandair 767 taxiing towards the runway threshold. Well, here we go. So, more open clouds over here, more open sky. The wind has not slowed down. Let's see. Seems that we have to wait a little bit for new traffic to come this way. Hey Mr. Ozas, good afternoon. Long time no speak. Did I shoot the Tokyo time lapse? Eddie asks. Well, yes, I did. Back in 2016, during my visit. They're also doing an inspection of the runway. Makes sense. Just checking that there are no leftover airplane bits on the runway. Or other stuff that shouldn't be there. Now. Oh. Looks like they're also checking the taxiways while they're at it. And good afternoon to all viewers who have joined in the meantime. Now, I'm seeing a Suparna Boeing 747 with destination Shenyang coming alive on the platform where the cargo airplanes are located. That is very much a candidate for the Polderbahn. Going to China, Suparna is allowed to fly over Russia, so it will take off to the north. Very likely. Now, you never know for sure with Schiphol, so I'm not going to call it, but there is a high likelihood that that airplane will come this way if it does eventually take off. Looks like the next airplanes will be two Embraer 175s from KLM. One going to Oslo, one going to Alesund, I think. Why does it say AES on the label and NA when I click on the airplane? That is strange. Let's see, there is an A330 to Edmonton from KLM. It looks like it has been pushed back and is starting its taxi. I can also see a Dreamliner to Mexico City from KLM that has come alive. Those are all likely candidates to come this way. Ryanair 737 to Dublin. Looks like it is on the way over here. Being followed by the A330 to Edmonton. So both Embraer 175s visible in the same shot, coming this way. One on the left hand side, one on the right hand side. The Ryanair 737 also visible in the middle of the screen. So there should be an A330 behind that Ryanair 737. Oh, it is still a bit behind, okay. So the first Embraer going to the runway threshold. There's the A330 going to Edmonton. There is the Ryanair 737 to Dublin. Looks like there's also an Embraer 190 to Trondheim coming this way. So, KLM flight 1217 going to Oslo. 5-year-old airplane. First flight January 2018. And the next Embraer 175 is KLM flight 1325 going to Alesund. 6-year-old airplane, first flight July 2017. Now, I'm not sure if you guys can see, you probably saw it just now with the departure of those Embraers. Here in the foreground there are a lot of birds in the grass. Not sure where the bird controller is, I'm looking around to see, but not seeing them anywhere. Here you can definitely see there are really a lot of birds over here. Really adjacent to the runway. The next airplane is this Ryanair 737-800 to Dublin. I'm hoping it will take off right in front of us, not go to the runway threshold. The A330 is definitely going to go there. Looks like Top Air Portugal behind it. Yeah, A319 to Lisbon. And behind it an Embraer 190 going to Trondheim. And good afternoon to everybody who joined in the meantime. Jillard, goedemiddag. Roadhog, goedemiddag. Jillard informing us that between now and 4:30, 4 Queens will depart from Schiphol. So hopefully we can catch a few that will take off from this runway instead of runway 24. Now, what is the 737 going to do? It is turning in. So it is coming this way. Not a butt shot, but a head shot. Ryanair flight 3007 going to Dublin, Ireland. Boeing 737-800, 18-year-old airplane, first flight February 2005. And in the background, Airbus A330-200 going to Edmonton, Canada in a few minutes. this is an A319 from Top Air Portugal going to Lisbon, flight 673, a 23-year-old airplane, first flight January 2000. So this is KLM flight 1175 going to Trondheim and Embraer 190. 9-year-old airplane. And the first flight of this airplane was in February 2014. KLM flight 675 A330-200, destination Edmonton, Canada. 18-year-old airplane, first flight August 2005. Bird controller in action, using the predator bird sounds to chase away the birds. Next airplanes are departing from the runway threshold. Waiting to go now is KLM flight 1131, Embraer 190 going to Copenhagen, 7-year-old airplane, first flight December 2015. Right. Next up, Boeing 737-800 going to Oslo. I think there are also a few droplets falling again. Let me have a look at the weather radar. Just a few droplets, okay. This is KLM flight 1147, Boeing 737-800 going to Oslo. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Alright, another big bird standing at the runway threshold. KLM flight 685, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going to Mexico City. This is a 5-year-old Dreamliner that had its first flight in January 2018. Big picture wise, this is approximately where the wind is coming from, or maybe from over here. Not really sure if we're going to keep it dry. Still looks pretty okay. K3 over here, trying to chase away some birds. You heard the sound effects already. Maybe we're also going to see a few flares. It is now using the sound effect board. Now, I'm not satisfied with the way following the airplanes is going today. The wind is really a pest, and I have image stabilizer on. I am going to disable it just to see what the difference is. Maybe it becomes worse. If it will become worse, I will enable it again. Under some conditions it improves the stability of the footage, and under other conditions it worsens it. Eagle has landed. It is yellow. Hey Kathleen, good afternoon, good to see you. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good afternoon. So you're watching AMS Live with me, boy, and it is a rather windy day. You can see the smoke from the chimneys in the background. And you probably hear it on the microphones as well. The windsock is almost nearly erect. It is blowing from the northwest. The airplanes today from this runway are taking off to the north. That means a little bit of crosswind from the left. And we have the first queen of the day over here. Suparna Airlines Boeing 747, followed by a Delta Airlines A330, which is followed by an E2 Embraer 195. Suparna Airlines flight 87425. Now, as soon as the bird controller has reared its back to them, they come back, the birds. They are stubborn. So taxiing to the runway threshold, this is Suparna Airlines flight 87425 going to Shenyang, which I'm assuming is somewhere in China. Boeing 747-400 BDSF. So that means a Boeing, a converted, into freighter converted 747-400, which was the conversion of which was done by Boeing itself, I think, if I'm not mistaken. This lady is 32 already. Her first flight was in August 1991. Yellert is informing us that the Kaagbaan runway 24 is now closed for departures. Landing is on Zwanenburg from the south. And also an MNG A300. I saw it on Flight Radar earlier today before it landed. And indeed we can see landings take place from the south to the north on the other runways. Right, so here we go, first queen of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and she is 32. Grand old lady, at least in airplane terms. I think I'm already noticing that following the airplane goes much smoother with the image stabilizer disabled. There was a lot of overshooting and back and forth movements. overcorrections, if you will. So I think I'm going to stick with the current settings for now. Now, behind me is already lined up Delta Airlines Flight 145. In fact, it is spooling up already. We don't have time to linger. Delta Airlines Flight 145, Airbus A330-300, destination Seattle, Washington State, 19-year-old airplane, first flight February 2004. Hey there, Goosey, good afternoon. Good to see you again. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime as well, welcome to the show. Windy departures from Polderbaan today. So at the moment, apparently this is the only runway in use for departures. We'll have to update the ticker. It is a bit behind right now. But there's an E2 Embraer 195 ready to go after the wake turbulence has dissipated. E2 Embraer 195 going to Warsaw, flight 1365. And this airplane is 2 years old, first flight March 2021. And oh, spooling up already, KLM flight 1307, another E2 Embraer 195, this one going to Toulouse in France. This is a 1-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2022. Alright, you're right, Tim. It was a special conversion by that Israeli company, yeah. So you have BDF or BDSF or something. There are two similar sounding abbreviations. One means the conversion is done by Boeing and the other is by that Israeli company. Right. Also checking at the... Having a quick peek at the air traffic control website to see what the current runway usage is. So 27 has stayed in place for arrivals. But they also have opened up the center runway for arrivals. This is Transavia going to Barcelona. Flight 5133. 4-year-old airplane. First flight December 2018. And there's that MNG A300. An airplane you don't see that often. Unfortunately, that other airplane that you don't see very often already departed this morning. The 777-300 from China Eastern, the Panda one. Did already see it once while live. Unfortunately, missed it today because of rain showers this morning. But the MNG A300 we are not going to miss. Let me fixate the tripod. KLM flight 1317 going to Bordeaux, Embraer 190. This airplane is 7 years old. First flight of this airplane was in November 2015. Afternoon to all the viewers who have joined in the meantime. Hey there Wilma, hey there George. Roy, goedemiddag Martijn. Martijn, sorry. Going back to Istanbul, flight 1958, A330-300. This airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in September 2010. And here is Team USA. Is that the best airplane? Here we have MNG going to Istanbul as well. Flight 9406, Airbus A300 600. This airplane is 29 years old. First flight was in May 1994. Is a bit smoky. Clearly see the exhaust trails from the engines. A330neo. Delta Airlines Flight 47 in the Team USA livery. Destination New York JFK. She is 2 years old. First flight May 2021. Well, at least the sun is coming out from behind the clouds every now and then, as you guys can see. That is good news, but the wind is definitely making tracking the airplanes smoothly near impossible. So this is another E2 Embraer 195 going to Bilbao, KLM flight 1687. Well, definitely nice that this is the only runway in use for departures. We have back-to-back action. I'm trying to update the ticker with the latest METAR as well. That is a bit challenging in between the airplanes. Flight 8435 Airbus A320 going to Lisbon in Portugal. A 15-year-old airplane. First flight January 2008. Now, No time to waste. Little KLM Boeing 737-700. Flight 1407. On the move already. Stubby fuselage. And a relatively big tail if you look at it. And compare it with the 800s and the 900s that are more prevalent. Going to Montpellier. A 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2009. Now, it is busy, airplanes are coming, and airplanes are going. This is Delta Airlines Flight 257 going to Boston, Massachusetts, A330-300. So if you just tuned in, welcome. You're watching windy departures from the Polderbaan, currently the only runway in use for departures. You're thinking, is it windy? Well, yes, it is windy. Chimney smoke leaving the chimney horizontally. Next up, Dreamliner time, TUI. Let me press save, and I have updated the ticker with both the latest METAR and with the current runway usage. So wind is now blowing with 19 knots from 320 degrees, as you guys can see in the ticker. 19 knots, that's windy. Flight 377 going to Willemstad in Curaçao, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 8 years old. First flight March 2015. I think this is the first 777 of the day. Or is it? I think it is. Which in itself is special, because we're streaming now for an hour and 20 minutes. KLM Flight 587 Boeing 777-200 going to Lagos. 200 ER. 18 years old, first flight January 2005. See a 777-200 before. Surely this couldn't have been the first triple. Next up, a United Dreamliner. And congratulations, Kathleen, who celebrates her 4th month of membership. And thank you so much for your ongoing support, Kathleen. This is United Flight 969 going to San Francisco. Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, the medium-sized variant. 6 years old, first flight July 2017. Nicely illuminated by the sun during the takeoff roll. And away she goes. QR says, hello, I'm in the A220 going to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Would that be this one? Are you sitting next to the window on the left hand side? If so, shine the light and tell me where you are situated. And I will try to film you. And in the meantime, I saw that Kathleen was so super generous again to donate 10 memberships, gift 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Kathleen. And also welcome to all new AMS Live members. Seat 22A. Let's have a look. That is probably behind the window, behind the engine. Well, the wind is dreadful today. You guys saw the light, I didn't see anything. I have to look on replay once I get home and watch the stream on the big screen. Boeing 737 skipping the line, flight 1947 going to Split. 23-year-old airplane. Current wind conditions make it awfully difficult to follow airplanes even zoomed out, let alone when being fully zoomed in. So I'm glad you guys saw the light. I sure didn't. Now, is there another airplane skipping ahead? Will Aer Lingus go first, or is it the E2 Embraer that is at the threshold? I think the E2 will probably go first. Embraer 195 going to Florence. This airplane is 2 years old, first flight April 2021. Right, Shamrock flight 605. A320, destination Dublin, Ireland. 23-year-old airplane. First flight May 2000. Now, look at what's coming this way. Queen number 2, an 800 Cathay Pacific Cargo. Will be number 3 by the looks of it, unless airplanes behind it will skip ahead. This is Transavia flight 6593 going to Salzburg in Austria, 737-800, 6 years old. This airplane's first flight was in March 2017. Going to Salzburg. I think we are going to see another narrowbody skip the line, but not before this one will take off. Also, congratulations Vistajet, celebrating his second month of membership, dedicated to Kathleen. The one and only. Well, congratulations mate. Here we have KLM flight 1591 going to Bologna, 737-800. 12 years old, first flight November 2010. Is calming down, at least during the following of this airplane, makes such a difference. Right, another 737 skipping the line, another 800, KLM flight 1115. Going to Stockholm. airplane that had its first flight in February 2007. You can hear sound effects from the bird controller. You can see them also flying away, the birds being chased away by the predator bird sounds. And Seventh Sense says, good afternoon from Manchester. Good afternoon to you too, mate. And all other viewers. Welcome to the show. This is the second queen of the day. This is the first 800. The previous one was a 400. Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 2014 going to Hong Kong. 11-year-old airplane, first flight June 2012. Now, we've been joking about the A340 that isn't a fast climber, but this 747 is also quite heavily loaded by the looks of it. Also has to go to Hong Kong, so filled to the brim with fuel probably as well. So next up is a KLM 737 going to Rome, and behind it is a TUI Global X hybrid livery A320. This is KLM flight 1603 going to Rome. This is 737-800, 15 years old, first flight December 2007. So fireworks are now also being used to chase away birds. Meanwhile, on the other side, ready to go once the clearance has been given, TUI Flight 3009 A320 going to Antalya in Turkey, operated by Global X, hence the hybrid livery Global X with TUI logos on it. This A320 is 17 years old, first flight was in February 2006. Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a game of hide and seek. It seems like once you chase the birds away from one end, they will go to the other. Never-ending story. Now, isn't that an interesting sight? Vistajet in the foreground, followed by a 737 behind it. And another 737 behind it. Oh, and there's an Embraer in the middle. Oh no, it was an Embraer. Right, so this is Vistajet Malta, going to London Luton. Bombardier Challenger 350, 8 years old, first flight January 2015. Climbs like a rocket if you compare that with the 747-800. Holy cow! Amazing. Right, now Embraer 190 going to Geneva, flight 1931. Embraer 190, 11 years old, first flight January 2012. So, good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen who have joined in the meantime. I haven't been paying attention to the chat a lot. It has been quite busy over here. All the traffic going to this runway to take off right now. You're watching departures from the Polderbaan. A little bit of crosswind, a lot of headwind, 19 knots of wind. This is Transavia flight 6867 going to Athens. A 737-800. A millennial, first flight April 1999. So it survived the millennial bug and has antibodies for it, against it. Hey there Richard, hey there Amelie, good afternoon, Stranger, Tiri Liri, Brad, all other folks who have joined in the meantime, good afternoon. Now, it is a bit busy, we have a queue. Next departure, KLM flight 1189 going to Bergen, 737-800. 4 years old, first flight April 2019. Now, I know you guys are always curious about the bird situation over here, but unfortunately I think birds, the ducks, the grebes, the coots are not surfers and they don't like the waviness of the water. I haven't seen any since I've been here. even while setting up. Didn't see a single bird in the water. Only air birds, but no aquatic birds. KLM flight 1977. Boeing 737-700, the tiniest of the family. The 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Hey there, Matthias. Hey there, Hans Olaf. Next up, Air Transat going back to Canada, A321neo, destination Toronto. Transatlantic in the A321neo. Air Transat flight 377. Brand new neo, first flight June this year, so she is only a few months old. Adios, Cassil Jr. Good evening. Good to see you again, my friend. Good evening. Hope you're well. Hope everybody is doing well. It's almost weekend. Swiss Airbus A220 300 going to Zurich, flight 729. 5-year-old airplane, first flight June 2018. Another one of those quiet, turbo-geared, high bypass engines, similar E2 Embraer 195, awfully quiet. Really amazing how much more quiet these airplanes are compared to the earlier generations. Plus they've managed to make them aesthetically pleasing. So that is win-win for all. Hey Norbert, good afternoon. Checking in from Berlin. Herzlich willkommen und alle andere deutsch sprechende Freunde auch herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. This is KLM flight 1829 going to Berlin, going to Norbert and all the other people in Berlin. This airplane is 15 years old, first flight March 2008. Hey there, Anemoy. Hiya to you too. Now, more airplanes are coming, left and right. We also see the Emirates A380 still standing there. Looks like another headshot incoming. I'm also feeling a few droplets. This is KLM flight 1829 to Berlin. Karsten is informing us that the 777-300 to Curaçao is coming. Sehr schön. Big birds, always good. But small birds up close can also look big. That's also nice. Look at this. Going to Manchester. Vistajet A320. 13-year-old airplane. First flight of this Airbus was February 2010. And apparently over there the sun is shining between the clouds, or at least momentarily. Now I was feeling a few droplets, but looking in the direction the wind is coming from, which is from the northwest approximately, this is what is coming towards me. Doesn't look too intimidating, luckily. What is that? That is a fire truck of sorts, yeah, with a ladder on it. 737 from KLM to Zurich. KLM flight 1961. "23-year-old airplane, first flight September 2000. Oh, birds over there, clearly visible. I'm looking over the camera, scanning, but I'm not seeing any yellow pickup trucks from the bird controller in the vicinity, unless they are hiding behind these red white boxed thingies over here, but don't see anything in the distance over there, nor do I see any vehicles on this side of the perimeter. Well, we'll see how that goes. Now, the twin brother of the previous airplane, its smaller brother, smaller sibling, the A319, going to London Gatwick. EasyJet A319, 13 years old, first flight October 2009. Oh, I'm hearing some explosives. So there is a bird controller in the vicinity. It also sounded like it was coming from the direction the camera is now pointing to the north. Even though I'm still not seeing it. No. But you do hear them, the explosives. It seems that the wind is slowing down just a teensy bit. There's a bit of vertical movement in the smoke and not pure horizontal as it was before. Hey, and is that the A380 getting pushed back? Is it? I think it has moved. It has been pushed back. So that's good. That should be coming this way then, unless they have opened another runway again for departures. Kuwait Airways A320 Neo going to Kuwait City or Kuwait, what was it? Kuwait City. Lovely livery. Going to Kuwait, you need those sunglasses. But this one came equipped with big sunglasses on the front. Kuwait Airways flight 128 A320 Neo. She is 3 years old, beautiful sound as you heard her pass by just now. First flight of this airplane was August 2019. So we've seen two queens and the king is also on the move. But before we'll see that, number 175 from KLM already spooling up, going to Gdansk in Poland. Flight 1921. Right, and this is what following looks like when the wind slows down a little momentarily. Much smoother. Five-year-old airplane this. First flight April 2018. So yeah, definitely someone setting off some fireworks. I think that the bird controller is obstructed by these buildings, whatever they are. You can definitely hear the fireworks that they're setting off. Also, it looks like maybe further up north. Oh wait, there is the bird controller. Looks like maybe up north there is a bit more rain. Karsten informing us that there are two 777-300s on the move to Vancouver and Curaçao. Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. Best wishes to you all. Now I'm starting to want a glass of champagne. Some nice bubbles, always good. And with the wind and the weather, an oliebol might also go in well. Oh man. It's just the beginning of August, ladies and gentlemen. I'm already starting to think about New Year's Eve. Karsten also informing us that there's a LAN Cargo 767-300 on the move. Just copy pasted the latest meter. We'll paste it into the ticker when I have the time for it. Speedbird, flight 435 going to London Heathrow, A320 Neo. 4-year-old airplane, first flight February 2019. Coming in from the left in a minute. A first of two 777s. Well, if it holds short, I will zoom out just a teensy bit. Captain Eddie Bosch-Casil has to go. Thank you so much for joining again. Have a nice evening. Take care, my friend. More birds, more birds. Now, and there was already a bird strike the other day, earlier in the week. 747. Had to dump fuel over the North Sea and return to Schiphol. So surely the bird controllers are more alert and on their toes to keep birds from flying into engines. Bird control vehicle is driving up north again. It was at the fire station just now where this cubicle looking fire engine arrived earlier. Right, a bit more aerodynamic this vehicle. KLM flight 681 777-300 ER going to Vancouver, Canada. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. already see how the airplane takes off that there is significant wind, also affecting such a large airplane. And another yellow vehicle, an authority vehicle over there. Now, the EasyJet will probably have to wait a few seconds for the wake turbulence to dissipate, despite the fact that the wind is blowing a lot of the wake turbulence away. So I'm copy pasting the newest METAR in the ticker. Now showing. Hey there, George, good afternoon. Checking in from Brazil, welcome to the show. Mats Christiansen, what's up, Doc? Hope everybody is doing alright. We are watching AMS live with departures from the Polderbaan. Windy departures, winds blowing from the north, northwest still. You can see it in the ticker. 310 degrees, 20 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more, few clouds at 1,700 feet, towering cumulus clouds, broken clouds at 2,100 feet, 20 degrees Celsius, 14 degrees is the dew point, air pressure is 1,002 hectopascal. So the wind is blowing hard still from the northwest. This EasyJet A319 is taking off and going to Manchester in the United Kingdom. Relatively short flight. This is a 17-year-old airplane that had its first flight in May 2006. Lining up is another 777-300 ER from KLM, this one going to Willemstad in Curaçao. KLM flight 735. This airplane, 12 years old, first flight January 2011. And no much, I don't have my PPL. I just learned the METAR because of it, because of the fun of it. Here is the A380, ladies and gentlemen. It is coming this way. Now you can clearly see the queue because the center runway is being used for arrivals, or at least it was used for arrivals earlier. Let me quickly have a look at the Air Traffic Control Netherlands website and double check what the current runway usage is. Means that they have to go around the runway and will not be able to pass and shortcut. So you can clearly see the pipeline on flight radar, because all the airplanes coming this way will have to go either around the southern threshold or the northern threshold. Oh, I can see it's now used for departures. Oh, okay. Or at least one airplane has just taken off. So that means that the air traffic control website is not up to date. is the prediction? Okay, as of 4 o'clock, also starting on 36 center and landing on 36 right. It seems that they have already begun doing that. So departures from 36 left, 36 center, and arrivals on 36 right. Just updated the ticker, but that is not good news. That means that we might not see, well, LAN Cargo, for instance, is now taking off from center. And that is going to, oh, that's going to Frankfurt, okay. But that is bad news for, are we going to see, well, looking at flight radar, the A380 looks like it might be, oh, wait, what's it doing? Is it going to the inner taxiway? No, don't tell me that they are going to, yeah, A380 goes to center, sons of, let's keep it friendly, SLBs. Effing SLBs. Won't you believe it? So there are a couple of A330s coming this way, destinations in Canada, but since the A380 has to go to the east, it is taking off from center. Of all the things, They must know I'm live streaming. They must hate my guts for some reason. You would almost think it is a conspiracy of air traffic control. Oh man. Well, in that case we are going to see the A380 in a minute. And we're going to see the same as what we can see from this airplane. Meanwhile, more fireworks are being set off. I think you're right, Amelie. I think they're watching and I think they hate my guts and they figured, let's screw with the AMS live viewers and open up the center runway and quickly let the A380 depart from that runway. Yeah, typical. But you have to be in it to win it. There will come another day that the A380 will land or take off, or maybe both, on the runway we are standing next to, ladies and gentlemen. Let's first look at the departure of KLM flight 1477 going to Glasgow, Boeing 737-800, 24-year-old airplane. Nice headshot. First flight April 1999. I think you're right, Wilma. I think you're right. Hey, Caron. Good morning. Is it still? I think it is still morning over there in Suriname. Right. Now, even though the A380 is not taking off from this runway, we are still looking at a 747 that is looking to come this way to Shanghai, going around the runway threshold, so definitely a third 747 coming up close over here. Now the A380 will take off after the small airplane that has now gone into the air will of course follow the departure of the A380. In the meantime, coming this way, a couple of A330s, also not too bad, still big birds coming this way. And don't forget, Queen number 3 is coming this way, but the King will depart from the center runway. Lining up right now as we speak, Emirates flight 148, A380 800, going back to Dubai, 6.5 hours of flight. It is a 9-year-old airplane. Its first flight, June 2014. We're waiting for it to appear, to show itself. Hard to miss once it is on the move. It is an apartment building on wings. And it is on the move. There we go. Standard livery, as you guys can see, and looking at the tail, it is still the old standard livery. For members, I have updated to the new ribbon tail, so we are ahead of this airplane. We have the new livery, standard livery tail as an emoji. Beautiful airplane. Meanwhile, 2 A330s making their way over here, going to the runway threshold. 747 coming this way. And we will probably see it go into the clouds quite soon. Turn and burn from the A330 from Delta Airlines, going to Minneapolis, Delta Airlines flight 165. A330 is 16 years old. First flight was in November 2006. And another such bird, but then from KLM going to YUL Montreal. KLM flight 671, another A330 300. This one is 11 years old, first flight February 2012. That's an interesting question, DP 2017. How many chats do you have in one stream? That varies, but it is regularly above 1,000, 1,200 to 1,500 typically during a 3-4 hour stream. So books are being written during each stream in the chat. sound machine. Yeah, and that is exactly what I was saying, DP 2017. So over 1,000 messages, 1,200 to 1,500 on average these days. Now, dum 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 dum. Queen number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is another 400 coming this way. Hey there, Ralph Jows, good afternoon. Thanks for the kind words, Citizen Towel, who loves the accent. Makes me think a sick beat is about to drop on A State of Trance. There was someone who once mentioned that they thought my voice was similar to that of Armin van Buuren's. Now, I don't listen to him speaking in English that often, so I don't know how it compares, but this is an Embraer 190 going to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1021. Embraer 190, 13 years old, first flight August 2010. That the wind is sometimes gusting hard and trying to pull the camera to the right push it to the right while I am pulling it to the left and upwards, which makes for a bit of violent shaking. Now, it does seem like more dark clouds are coming this way. I'm hoping it's going to stay dry. In the meantime, a triple is taking off from center. That is going to Shanghai, I think. Queenie, slowly but surely coming this way. Number 3. First a Transavia taking off to Tenerife. Boeing 737-800, Transavia flight 6671. This airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in March 2018. Hey Anja, goedemiddag. And Robbie Batista, good afternoon. All other viewers, good afternoon as well. Queen number 3. Now, it was exactly one of these airplanes that had a bird strike the other day, earlier in the week, and had to return. Don't think that the bird strike was immediately during takeoff, but at a few thousand feet, shortly after it had left the ground. But it was a full airplane that had to dump fuel and land back at Schiphol. This is an Vistajet A319 going to London Luton. This airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in May 2010. So if you guys just tuned in, welcome to the show. We're about to see Queen 3 go to the sky. Take to the sky. Or does it take to the skies? Is it plural? I think it is plural, isn't it? Huh. Anyway, we're watching departures, parallel departures in progress. For a long time it had been only this runway that was the only runway in use for departures, but now parallel departures taking place. Everything going to the east, almost everything going to the east is taking off from the center runway, and most of the airplanes going to the west, but not all, take off from this runway. This is an instance of an airplane that is going to the east to Shanghai, but because this airplane will probably fly over the north of Russia, over Siberia, and hence will fly to the north after its departure towards the northeastern province of Groningen. It probably is why it's taking off from this runway. The triple earlier from KLM, also going to Shanghai, has to fly more southerly, has to avoid Russian airspace, and that was why it was going from the center runway, because it flies more easterly, and this one will take off to the north. China Cargo, flight 1034, destination Shanghai, Boeing 747-400 freighter, 17 years old, first flight December 2005. And the third queen of the show. This is the second 747-400 that we've seen. And we've seen one 800 from Cathay Pacific Cargo. And yes, China still flies over Russia. Suparna Airlines, also a Chinese cargo carrier, still flies over Siberia. So all the Chinese airplanes still take off to the north. This airplane will make a right-hand turn shortly, fly to the northeast towards Groningen, towards Denmark, towards the Baltic states, and over the north of Siberia to the far east. Now the clouds over here are interesting. This is north of me, northeast, north, northwest. This is where the wind is coming from. I'm curious to see if we're going to keep it dry over here. After the departure of this E2 Embraer 195, let me have a look on the weather radar. This is KLM flight 1449 going to Aberdeen. E2 Embraer 195, 1-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. Good news, Roadhog. Suparna 747 also on the move. MidKS asks if I will be streaming on Sunday afternoon. Well, that's all weather dependent, because if it is windy but it is also raining quite hard, then I'm probably not going to go out. If there's wind like today but not too much rain, then absolutely I'm looking to go out. Now let me have a quick look at the laptop on the weather radar. Well, looks like we are right in the middle of showers north of me and south of me, so we might see a few droplets, but we shouldn't see a big chunk of rain. And And Cedric sending a super chat saying, my father is a big fan of your streams. Can you also say hello to him? His name is Roger. Well, Roger Zender, assuming you're also called Zender from your last name. Thank you so much for tuning in so often. And you did well having such a nice son as Cedric. Don't be afraid to say hi yourself. But if you are watching, really happy to have you as a fan of the show. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. That goes for all people who are watching this show. If you're a first-time viewer, don't be afraid to say hi. Also, should you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. A lot of knowledgeable people in the chat and also friendly folk, as you guys have probably seen already. And thank you, Cedric, for your kind super chat, my friend. Now, another big bird taking off from center. Let me zoom out. That is an A330-200 going to Riyadh. Yeah. So to the Middle East. KLM flight 425. A330-200. 18 years old, first flight July 2005. The wind seems to have picked up again. You can see the smoke from the chimney in Westport, leaving the chimney horizontally, if not a little bit downward instead of upward. Hardly any horizontal hardly any vertical movement visible. Just a horizontal stripe. Now, this is a Transavia, I think I recognize without having watched Flight Radar. This is the Sunweb livery, special livery, by the looks of it. Let me double check. Transavia, yeah, Sunweb livery. So for those of you who are not Dutch, you will probably not know that Sunweb is a tour operator where you can book holidays from. So it's a separate company, just like Europcar has a sticker on the EasyJet airplanes or some. Sunweb is also a separate company, not connected to Transavia, other than that they also work together, of course, with package holidays. Let me also take a sip of water. So this is a Boeing 737-800 that will be going to Gran Canaria, Canary Islands, as Transavia flight 1703. February 2016. And a warm welcome to all the other viewers who have joined us just now. Servus Peppy, Jet Kid, good afternoon. Another 737-800 coming this way. Lights are already on. I'm expecting a turn and burn. This is KLM flight 1289 going to Edinburgh. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight May 2008. Now, if you look at the backdrop, it looks quite dark, and it is quite dark. Quite interesting cloud formation over there. Don't think it's a full-fledged shelf cloud, but it does resemble it a little bit. Now the wind is blowing from this direction, so by the looks of it, the rain or whatever it is that is in these clouds will pass north of me, but it is lovely to see. It does resemble a shelf cloud a little bit. Extends all the way over there. Now, looking to the south, it looks more peaceful. So, even though this isn't stereotypical summer weather, we have seen quite some nice clouds over the last couple of weeks while being out here. We've also seen more droplets than I would have liked, but you have to admit this looks pretty impressive. Or at least to me over here in real life it does. Not sure if I can convey the magnificence of it on camera, but it is a sight to behold. Alright, well, Roadhog informing us with cheerful news that Suparna is headed to the Polderbaan, so for the fourth queen. And in the meantime, Saudia taking off. Looks like it is the... yeah, that's the Dreamliner to Jeddah, the Dreamliner 10. Saudia flight 216, 787-10 Dreamliner, 2 years old, first flight September 2020. Now we're also expecting a nice heavy in the form of a 777 to Shanghai, another Chinese operator that will still fly over Russia and hence a northerly departure. The next airplane over here lined up, ready to go. Embraer 190 KLM flight 1209 going to Kristiansand. 13-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. Let's go. Droplets right now, but you can already you could already see that the dark clouds are nearby, so that's probably just some of the precipitation being blown into this direction, although this is where the wind is coming from. This also looks a bit more dark. Will be interesting to see. Let me examine the weather radar once again, as we're waiting for the big birds to come this way. Just double checking to see that we are going to keep it dry or not significantly wet. Well, the weather radar doesn't show any hard precipitation. Whatever is falling is not too intensive. Most of it is going north of me, but we might see some droplets. It's also not just a few minutes. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. For now, we are seeing 4 airplanes in the same view coming this way. The pack is being led by a 777. We're seeing 2 Transavia 737s, and we're also seeing an Embraer coming this way. Now we can say with certainty that the 777 is going to go to the runway threshold. What the 737 of Transavia is going to do, I'm not sure yet. Now the 737, the first 737 is coming this way, that is for sure. Transavia flight 6521, Boeing 737-800, going to Gran Canaria. Airplane is 8 years old. First flight was in March 2015. Now it is interesting, we have another airplane, big bird, very big bird, Queen number 4. KLM flight 937, Embraer 190 going to Dublin. 9-year-old airplane. This airplane is 9 years old, first flight October 2013. Next up, Transavia flight 6703, Boeing 737-800 going to Fuerteventura, Canary Islands. 13-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. And Queen number 4 on the left hand side, also coming this way. On the right, on the threshold, 777 lining up. right. A Queen, A737 and a 777. Now, will the 737 go ahead or will the 777 go first? Yeah, the 737 is going to go first. KLM flight 1079, going to Manchester, 737-800, turn and burn, rolling start. The airplane is 24 years old, first flight January 1999. Hey Michi! Greetings to you too, good to see you. And excellent timing if you just tuned in. We're about to see the fourth queen of the day, or at least of the stream, today's stream. Hey Gerrit, goedemiddag. Good to see you, my friend. Just in time to see a few big birds. First, this Air China Cargo Airlines. Going to Shanghai, flight 206, 777 freighter. Brand new. First flight last month. Oh no, it's August already, June 2023. Behind the engine looked brand spanking new. Some are bluish, this one was reddish, or at least with my color divisioned eyesight it looked reddish. The engine exhaust still looked nice and clean. Right, now, again, beautiful cloud formations in the distance. And queen number 4, Suparna Airlines, the second Suparna Airlines, this one going to Nanjing, flight 87414, Boeing 747-400 BDSF, 25 years old, first flight January 1998. Not as old as the previous one, but still a respectable age for a 747. And indeed, blijf vrij. They seem to do that particularly with the A380 often. Hey Leen, goedemiddag. Nice of you to check in. And indeed, Bram, fresh from the factory. So 4 queens and a distant king. Not the fastest climber, still climbing faster than the A340 from Suriname Airlines. Although this Queen undoubtedly is not flying empty to Nanjing. The beautiful lady. Now I'm thinking about now I have to think about hello again. Capitano Alberto Bertorelli. The beautiful lady. I kiss your hand. What a mistake to make, huh? Embraer 175 going to Inverness. Flight 925 on the move. 5-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. Right, let's see. Boeing 737-800 from KLM going to Newcastle. KLM flight 963. 15-year-old airplane, first flight February 2008. And I'm seeing an airplane depart from center, so this is still parallel departures, unfortunately. The website indicating the expected runway usage said that parallel departures were expected to take place until 5 p.m. local time. If that is indeed going to be the case, then that means that just over 10 minutes left, and then all traffic will be going to the Polderbaan once again. So that would be nice. Not sure if it's going to come true, but something to keep in mind and look into. Now you can see the waviness of the water, the wind is still significantly present. Also, looking at the smoke from the chimneys in the Westport area, you can see it is leaving the chimney horizontally. The direction of the wind seems to have changed a little bit looking at the direction the windsock is blowing in, but the speed itself has not changed significantly over the afternoon, so has been 19-20 knots throughout. Looks like we'll have a little break after this airplane until the next airplane, so that's a nice moment to also have a look at the weather again, update the ticker with the latest METAR. This is KLM flight 1203, Embraer 190 going to Stavanger. 14-year-old airplane, first flight June 2009. No, Anja, no landings on Polderbaan today. The wind is blowing from the northwest, so landings would have tailwind. Too much tailwind. Now, the next airplane is coming. But let me quickly go to my laptop and do a little bit of copy pasting and update the ticker with the latest weather. See what has changed in the meantime. I think the last time I updated the meter was from more than an hour ago. Oh, and there is a Martin Air Cargo 747 arriving from Miami by the looks of it. KLM livery 747-400. Now, if that's going to land on the center runway, that might be worth looking to see if we can spot it and see it land. It is getting a little bit of drizzly. It is getting a bit more drizzly over here. Right, updated the ticker. Let me double check runway usage. Yeah, parallel departures and landing. Oh shit, landing is on the right runway. So that is not, means we are not going to see a lot of that 747. This is an Embraer 175 going to Aalborg. KLM flight 1335. This airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in January 2018. Hey, good afternoon Mambube and Jannes, good afternoon. Now, let me wipe the screen clean because the droplets are interfering with me being able to see the airplane once it is far away. Okay, phone screen as well while I'm at it. So just a few droplets for the time being. Right. So yeah, this is what is coming my way. The majority of the rain will pass north of me, just graze a little bit alongside me. Looking over here, this looks much better already. So I'm right at the border of the rain that is now right of me and the dry weather left of me. Let's see, A321 coming this way from KLM. Privileged style flying for KLM, I should say. Now, let's have a look. So I'm still seeing an Embraer 190 to Basel lining up on the center runway. Unfortunately, the runway still is in use, but it was expected to last until around 5 o'clock. So if that really is what's going to happen, that means that what we're now seeing on flight radar near the threshold are probably two of the last, if not the last two airplanes. Interesting will be to see what the A319 approaching with destination Stuttgart will do. from Eurowings, approaching from the area of the Kaagbaan. Will it continue taxiing this way? In that case, that's a clear indication that the center runway will close or has closed. If it will take off from center, it means that we will have to wait longer. So that's the A321 from Privilege Style flying for KLM, coming this way, going to Billund. So A319 to Stuttgart is also going to the threshold of center, unfortunately. So in the meantime, a little drizzle is falling, keeping the camera pointed away from the direction of the wind so that it stays dry relatively well. The majority of the rain again falling north. Ian asks whether or not I will be streaming on Saturday. Well, it's all weather permitting, Ian. If it is going to rain the entire day relentlessly, then I'm not going to go out. But if we have some dry spells in between periods of rain, then I am definitely looking to go out. But it's very much weather dependent. Last Monday, normally on Mondays I also go out to stream, but last Monday it was a terrible day with throughout the day nearly constantly rain, only a few short moments where we had some dry spells, and that is just not it's hard to do then. This is Privilege Style A321 going to Billund, flying for KLM as KLM flight 1347. A 14-year-old airplane, first flight September 2008. I agree, Roadhog, it does look like a private jet. The name Privilege Style, of course, also seems to be a bit suggestive for that. KLM flight 1549, Embraer 190 going to Leeds. 13-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. 737 to Berlin in the background, taking off. Center still open. Then again, it is 1 minute to 5 on my phone, so if center will close around 5, now is about the time. We'll see. We'll see. Huh. Looked like something was protruding near the tail on the other side of the airplane. Maybe a valve open or something, but Wasn't sure if it was abnormal or not. So I figured let's see what's on the left side, but I don't see anything. For the elevator attaches to the fuselage, I saw something. Probably just a valve open or something. Well, it's definitely a bit rainy in the meantime. Not too much, but enough to create a bit less visibility. I already waved to Blijvrij and his girlfriend. I saw the messages. Back at it again. Just as hardcore as the next. Let's see. Is that the 747? Let's see. Flight radar zooming. Oh wait, I have to filter. Yeah, we'll have to filter for both inbound and outbound. I have my filter now on. Oh yeah, it was the 747. Too bad that they don't use the center runway for landings anymore. Using the other runway, the furthest removed from here, the north-south runway, it is hard to see anything, particularly with the trees being in leaf. Well, it's not the best of weather, Kathleen. It is a bit drizzly. The majority of the rain will pass north of me, but you can already see a few droplets on the camera lens. Let me see if I can clean that up in for so long as it will stay dry. Remove the lens hood. There we go. While we're waiting for the next airplane, let me also dry the camera screen. There we go. Now it's parallel departures, or at least, yeah, center is used for departures and 36 right is now used for arrivals. So the only runways in use now are the north-south oriented runways. This one and the center one for departures, parallel departures, and the other one, the furthest removed from over here, is used for arrivals. Now unfortunately you don't see a lot from landing traffic from over here. This is about the last you can see them. 777 arriving from Narita in Tokyo. No, Dreamliner, sorry. This is about the last you can see it. Maybe in the winter when the trees are not in leaf, you can see a bit more, but can we see another airplane? No, not on flight radar. I mean an arriving airplane. So we have two airplanes coming this way. Speedbird and another KLM. And indeed still takeoffs from 36 center. Although I think maybe the Embraer now lined up at the threshold might be the last airplane, because the next airplane is going around the threshold, the Embraer 190, going to Bremen. And Bremen lies to the east of the Netherlands, so it would have been logical to take the center runway. Is that a Falcon? Was that a Falcon? Hands are off the camera. it is just hovering still like a helicopter. I'm not following anything, I'm not touching the camera. Amazing. So still. Now, Speedbird will do a rolling start by the looks of it. Speedbird flight 439 Airbus A320 going to London Heathrow. This airplane, 21 years old, first flight, March 2002. Now it looks like we might have seen the most of the precipitation. It's looking a bit lighter, and more dark clouds seem to be behind or past us. Now, KLM flight 919 going to Southampton, Embraer 190, 13 years old, first flight March 2010. Now, let's see. Interestingly, all the airplanes that are approaching are still going around the runway, the center runway. So could it be that they have switched to parallel landings with 36 center now being used for landings? Because if it was not in use, they probably wouldn't go around the runway but just cross it to get over here. Also seeing a few droplets again on the lens. So after this departure, let me clean the lens for you guys. And I'm thinking that this is the only runway again in use for departures, but center and right are now used for parallel landings. I might be wrong, but why otherwise would they go around the runway threshold instead of crossing the center runway to get here? Now this is a KLM Boeing 737-800 going to Birmingham, flight 1431. 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. And hey there, Jasmine and Will McTee. Good day to you all. All other viewers who've joined in the meantime, welcome as well. It's a bit drizzly, as you guys can see. A few droplets on the lens. Let me clean that. Remove the lens hood carefully. Wipe the lens dry. Lens hood for protection. There we go. Now, let me have a quick peek at the air traffic control website. What is the current runway usage looking like? Yes. No. Huh? Parallel departure still? I find that hard to believe. Well, let's then go to Flight Radar and update the ticker with the latest METAR. paste, adjust the font size. Alright. Yeah, they are still leaving from center, you're right, Kathleen. So even though a couple of airplanes with destinations such as this, going to Bremen, lying to the east, instead of departing from center, it is departing from this runway. So a bit confusing for me. I'm not understanding why they don't let this airplane depart from center then, which is the eastmost of the two runways used for departures right now. Then again, Schiphol logic is above my skill level sometimes. They lead you to believe that they close runway center in favor of this runway, but unfortunately not all outbound traffic is coming to this runway yet. It will probably be a matter of time. And that is why we are seeing this airplane leave for Bremen in Germany. Embraer 190 KLM flight 1757. A 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in January 2009. Now, again, I'm not touching the camera anymore. Camera is still, and the bird is still as well. Hey Alvin, good to see you, dickhead. Good evening. What time is it? Is it almost midnight, or is it past midnight already in Sydney? Right. Again, droplets, few remnants on my camera screen, on my phone, interfering a bit with visibility. Right, clean that up. Nice. Just past 1 a.m. So, I saw this YouTube video learning the lingo, Australian catchphrases and typical words. So I now know what you mean when you're taking a Yui to go to the Bottleos to get some bevies, then go to Mecca's and have some shrimp on the Barbie. Right, so we're now looking at KLM flight 1523, Embraer 190 going to Norwich. 9-year-old airplane, first flight December 2013. Now you call it prawns, I know that, but isn't the saying shrimp on the Barbie? Chuck a shrimp on the Barbie. Another Icelandair airplane coming this way. We already saw the 767 flying back to Reykjavik, and the new liveried MAX 8 is also coming this way. The more sterile dime in the dozen new livery. Mate, I wouldn't know. I have been a vegetarian for so long now that I don't even recall having eaten prawns, nor what they taste like, so I wouldn't even know. Well, I think it looks like they have closed the center runway now, because there's a whole slew coming this way. But then again, I don't see any. No, these are no. One of them is going to Hamburg, and well, that too would normally have gone from the center runway. So I do believe maybe they have now closed center, at least for departures. Looking at flight radar, am I seeing it being used for arrivals then? Don't see that. So, Icelandair flight 507, Boeing 737 MAX 8 going to Reykjavik. Approximately 2.5 hours of flight time, if I'm not mistaken. New livery, definitely not as colorful as the old livery, but the 737 MAX 8 does make a nice sound, that has to be said. Now this MAX 8 is already 4 years old. First flight of this airplane was in April 2019. And yeah, Kathleen, I've been a vegetarian now for most of my life. I think I turned vegetarian around my 11th or 12th year. So almost 3 decades of being a vegetarian under my belt. This is KLM flight 1489, Embraer 175 going to Humberside. 5-year-old airplane, first flight November 2017. And looking at flight radar, there are 3 airplanes coming this way already. Also some big birds are active on flight radar. 777 to Atlanta, 777 to... Oh wait, that's an arriving airplane from Beijing to Amsterdam. Right. Oh, 777 to Atlanta is on the move. And I am seeing a 737 cross the center runway now. Am I seeing that correctly? That would mean that's another hint that center has now closed. Right, so let me have a quick look at the air traffic control website. What does it say? That is still not updated. Now, I did update the meter. You're now seeing it pass in the ticker from 14:25 Zulu time, so that is 16:25. Oh, that's almost an hour ago already. Wind slowing down just a little bit, 18 knots from 300 degrees. That's from northwest. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. Broken clouds at 2,200 feet, 18 degrees Celsius. Air pressure 1,003 hectopascals, and it was temporarily getting minor drizzle. Visibility 5,000 meters and broken clouds at 1,700 feet. But I think that has already passed. So let me see if I can update the ticker with the latest meter in a minute, since the previous one is already almost a year old. I see big birds also crossing the center runway coming this way, so I do believe that this is once again the only runway in use for departures. This is EasyJet A320 going to London Luton. This is an A320 200 that is 11 years old. First flight of this airplane was in March 2012. And that's a good question, MJ van S. I'm not seeing any departures from Kaagbaan visually just yet. And the air traffic control website was still telling me the old runway configuration was active, while clearly it isn't. So I'm not sure exactly what the runway usage status is right now. Outbound. Both, yeah, got both on. Cannot make out if Kaagbaan is also used for departures right now. Looks like most of it, at least for now, is coming this way, if not all of it. Yet again, a KLM 737, this one the 900, going to Hamburg, flight 1783. 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2004. Does look a bit more open what is coming over here. Still a few droplets on the lens I see. There are also still a few droplets here and there falling on the other side on the camera screen. Now, trying to multitask, keep an eye out for the departing traffic, and also on flight radar copy pasting the new meter. See if I can paste it after the next departure into the ticker. KLM flight 1053 going to Bristol, Embraer 190. Now this Embraer 190 is 14 years old. First flight was in November 2008. How quick will it disappear into the clouds? That is the question. Seems that the clouds are still somewhat higher. Still going, but more traffic is coming this way. 737, also a nice triple. But before that, Transavia, no, sorry, not Transavia, ETF. ETF, yeah. I only know that as an exchange traded fund, a tracker, but apparently it is also an airliner. Boeing 737-800, 22 years old, this airplane, first flight November 2001. It doesn't say the destination on flight radar, NA, not available. No idea where it's going to, but that doesn't mean I'm unable to film it. All right, ready to go. 777-300 ER, KLM flight 621, destination Atlanta, Georgia. This airplane is 10 years old, first flight May 2013. Alright, just pasted the latest weather report into the ticker. And thank you, Maurice, for letting us know that ETF Airways is a Croatian airline company. I did see that the registration for the airplane was in Croatia, but that doesn't necessarily have to mean, of course, that the airplane is also from a Croatian airliner. So, still not into the clouds, at least not fully. So, getting harder to see. Well, actually over here the sky seems to be open, even though it doesn't show that much because the sun is obscured by clouds more southerly. Okay, then flight 1023 going to London Heathrow, Boeing 737-800, 17-year-old airplane, first flight April 2006. Jort asks if I'm going live tomorrow morning. It is weather dependent, but I am looking to go out in the morning if the weather allows me to. I think tomorrow we will have the same wind conditions as today, so I'm looking actually to go to the same spot as I'm standing right now. Now, it does seem that takeoffs are now also taking place from runway 24. So it looks like I will have to update the ticker in a moment. First up, this Embraer 190 going to London City. KLM flight 991. 14-year-old airplane, first flight April 2009. En goedenavond Frank. Who is checking in from Limburg, I'm guessing. And if so, what is the weather over there right now? Are you guys having rain or is it dry? And Armin informing us that the ETF Airways is headed to Lanzarote. Okay, thank you. For some reason, Flight Radar said not available. Luckily that doesn't happen very often, but it does sometimes happen that they don't have the information. When you check out certain flights or airplanes. Now, more traffic is coming this way. Let's see, Embraer 175, Boeing 737-800. Let me also have a quick look at what LVNL is now officially saying. It's probably saying that arrivals are on... Oh, it's not 27? Let's see. The wind hasn't changed very significantly. Has been from the northwest throughout the entire afternoon. Yeah, 27, 24 and 36 left. So that is the same configuration it was when I began the stream this afternoon. So let me update that in the ticker. Departures from 36 left and 24. And arrivals on 27. There we go. Now, also let's have a look at the weather. Hey Scott, checking in from Scotland. Good afternoon, goedemiddag. So, this is the weather report. Huh, is it again from... That is strange. Hasn't the meter in Flight Radar updated? That is strange. Could have sworn I copy pasted the new meter and Alright, well, there is another airplane already at the threshold, so let me take you through that in a minute then. So, KLM Embraer 175 flight 10963. Going to Cardiff. Six-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. And it is going to be followed by a KLM 737-800 going to Copenhagen. That is KLM flight 1133. This airplane is 22 years old, first flight August 2000. Hey! How about that? The first bird in the water. It is a coot. Obviously it's a coot. What else could it have been than a coot? Seems a bit lost on its own. I'm looking around, but I don't see any other birds in the water anywhere. Not to the north, not to the south. So we have a solitary coot. In the meantime, a very generous super sticker from Alvin saying hippo character runs at high speed, his legs forming a ball-like blur. That is awesome, mate. Thank you so much for that. I have to look up what that is. Oh, that's the wind. Moving my camera, which is what happens if you don't set the locks. It is rather dreadful in that respect, even though the meter of all places was mentioning that the wind was slowing down a little bit. Let me quickly reload it and take you guys through it while we're waiting for the next airplane. And Peter, there are swans at Schiphol. I have seen them, but as soon as they show up, the bird controllers will make sure that they are chased away, because that are definitely birds you don't want in engines. I have seen them, but they were almost immediately being chased away by the bird controller, who also spotted them. Now this is the latest meter available on Flight Radar, at least, from 5 minutes to 5, so it is already 45 minutes old. Wind has reduced in speed 14 knots, but still from 320 degrees. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. Broken clouds at 2,200 feet, broken clouds at 4,200 feet. Air temperature little bit lower, 17 degrees. It was 18 and 20 earlier. QNH, the barometric pressure, still 1004 hectopascals, and temporarily visibility will lower to 5,000 meters. Slight drizzle, minor drizzle, and broken clouds at 1,700 feet. Now, are there any airplanes coming this way? I see that I missed a second super sticker from Alvin. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Thank you, man. I'm so sorry that I totally missed that. Now, Roadhawk says that the Sun Express Boeing 737-800 is on the move and will be next. It is a bit of a slow moment at the moment. But yeah, this is still a runway open for departures. Are those geese? I think they might be geese. Bit hard to follow. Do see some lights in the distance. Quickly back to manual focus and focus at infinity. The bird controller. So there is another runway inspection in progress. And look at all the lights on that Raptor Ranger or Ranger Raptor. It is quite impressive. even more so in real life when you see the brightness much more versus the surroundings. That doesn't reflect as well on camera as it does in real life. It's really it's hard to miss. And good morning, Rod. Checking in from SoCal, where it is hot. Dare I ask how hot it is right now? So over here, this 18C, that is roughly 66 Fahrenheit. Just over 65, I think, if I did my math correctly. Hitting 90 degrees, wow. That is 30°C approximately. That is quite warm. Although over here in Southern Europe we have had temperatures higher than that, in the 40s Celsius. But that's in the Mediterranean, not over here in the Netherlands. So that is 110, 120? Let me see. 40 times 2, 80 plus 30, 110. 110 F approximately. So a couple of planes are coming, as you guys can see. Sun Express, indeed the first. Bigger bird following it. That would be a Dreamliner going to Seoul in Korea, South Korea. Behind it is an A320 Neo from EasyJet going to Ibiza. And indeed, Alvin, those lights are quite impressive to see them. We don't have pickup trucks on the road very often. You do see some, but it's not very typical to see them over here, just because our streets have never been designed for such large vehicles. In fact, the other day near my home, someone in a pickup truck was visiting. I think one of the neighbors was celebrating a birthday in a Dodge Ram. And our parking spots are too short for them to be able to fit lengthwise, so it was standing crooked, taking up 2 spaces, and still it protruded on the rear end over on the street, just because our parking spots are just not big enough. We just aren't used to having such large vehicles on the roads over here. Sun Express, Boeing 737-800 going to Ankara in Turkey, flight 773, 7-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. Ah, okay. But I'm assuming you guys are having wider roads as well in Australia than we do over here in Europe. More American-like, where you also see that the F-150 and other pickup trucks are sold the most. Over here we are used to having small medieval, that's the word I was looking for, more winding narrow streets in city centers, not so much open roads and wide big parking spaces. Now, Vistajet A320 Neo, it says so on the tin, so it has to be true. Going to Ibiza, flight 27891, brand new airplane, but that only means a year or less old, and the first flight of this airplane was in fact in December last year, so it is half a year old already. Well, I think you've got a point there, Alvin. I think people driving those big pickup trucks have the feeling they need to compensate for something, some shortcomings maybe in their anatomy or whatever. Thanks for the kind words, Rod. This is one of the great places to be standing if departures from this runway take place. You're standing in line with one of the entrances. So a lot of the times, particularly with the smaller planes as you saw just now, you can see the head-on shot. So this is KLM flight 861, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going to Seoul in South Korea. This airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in July 2017. Well, it's a good thing, Alvin, that Qantas doesn't fly directly to Amsterdam, then is it? Still getting some drizzle over here. I thought we had seen the worst of it, but apparently there is still some moisture falling to the ground from these clouds. Now, not sure how long I'm going to stick around for. My original plan was to stick around until approximately 5 or 6 p.m. local time, as I'm seeing a murmuration of birds in the distance. So that is that is over the main platform area. So maybe the bird controllers did some chasing away just now, but look at that. That is a nice murmuration. Oh yeah, I'm hearing. You might hear it as well. I did hear some fireworks just now. So I guess one of the bird controllers is busy chasing away the birds over there as well. It was nice to see the murmuration. That is a nice that's a nice claim there, Fishline. Wonder if any research was done into this. See if this hypothesis holds true or not. The bigger the truck, the smaller the wrench, and the bigger the tool. This is KLM flight 1117, Boeing 737-900 going to Stockholm. 21-year-old airplane, first flight October 2001. Now, of course, bird controllers are the exception to the rule, but it's a corporate vehicle for them. Not sure if they would all drive it privately out of their own volition. This is KLM flight 643, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, destination New York JFK, 2-year-old airplane, first flight August 2020. Rod asks if the water near me breeds mosquitoes. Not sure, Rod. Probably. But they're not bugging me, if that's what you're referring to. Most of the mosquito bugging I've had was alongside the Kaagbaan, runway 0624, earlier in the season. Although along this runway further up to the north, where this airplane is now at, I did encounter bugs, beetles I think they were, that kept bugging me quite annoyingly. Creeping under my t-shirt. that's definitely not a fun sensation, I can tell you. Having a bug on your skin, below your t-shirt, trying to get it rid of you, and meanwhile you're busy streaming. But no, this is in fact a place where I have rarely, if ever, have been bugged by mosquitoes or other vermin. But it doesn't mean that there aren't any mosquitoes over here. I'm sure that any body of water over here breeds mosquitoes. Right, I'm seeing a Qatar 777 destined for Doha, taxiing along the center runway up north. Hoping to see it depart from this runway. Might be a nice last airplane for today, as I have been streaming now for almost 6 hours. Hey Lisa, good afternoon, good evening I should say. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. This is a stubby 737-700. Going to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1031. This airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in February 2011. Now, despite the fact that some droplets are still falling here, slight drizzle as it was mentioned also in the METAR, we do see some openness in the sky here and there. Hope that I can convey it to you guys over where you are at. The wind on occasion seems to slow down a little bit, but looking at the chimney smoke, it still very much disappears horizontally from the chimney. Looking at the actual windsock, it does seem to hang a little bit more than it did earlier. Also, the ripples in the water seem to be a bit smaller than they were earlier. Right, Royal Air Maroc. 851 Boeing 737-800 going to Casablanca? Yeah, Casablanca. This Boeing is 21 years old already. Its first flight was in March 2002. Austrian Airlines going to Vienna. Flight 374, A320, 200, 25 years old, a millennial. First flight of this airplane, December 1997. Nice that this airplane at least I can track without the jerky windy motions. Momentary less wind, but probably short-lived. Still a few droplets falling here and there. I also thought I saw a few on the camera lens, so once again removing the lens hood carefully. Cleaning the lens again, reattaching the lens hood. There we go. All right. Wilma already leaving. Thank you so much for joining, Wilma. It's been a pleasure. Looking forward to seeing you again the next time, which will undoubtedly be sometime soon. Now, I think I'm going to wrap it up after the departure of the next, well, airplane. Unless the one behind it will leave first. Qatar 777 to Doha will be my last plane, but if the airplane behind it, the Easyjet, will take the shortcut right in front of us, then obviously we'll pick that up as well. So weather permitting, and I think tomorrow it was going to be a better day in terms of precipitation than today. Maybe even a dry day, but at least not as rainy as today. Weather permitting, I'm looking to go out again tomorrow morning local time. Around 9:30, typically AM. I will have a look once I get home tonight at the weather, see what the forecast is looking like. And the same goes for the next days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's all weather dependent, but whenever I see an opportunity like I did for this afternoon, I am going to go out, and as soon as I know, I will let you guys know. But it seems that our spring was better in terms of sunshine than our summer thus far has been, although if I have to choose between 40 degrees weeks on end and this weather, I think I do prefer this weather, to be honest, just because it's better, it's easier to dress against the cold than when it is getting excruciatingly warm. Now, both airplanes are going to the runway threshold, so that means that the Qatar will depart first. Again, that is going to be the last airplane of the day. 4 queens and 1 distant king. A few special liveries. And a Falcon 600. And 1 single coot. 4 hours of streaming, 1 coot. That's the only water birds we have seen. It is holiday season. I think the birds are also done with the summer over here. They're already going to the south. They pack their bags and right, so ladies and gentlemen, last airplane of the day, Qatar Cargo, flight 8102, going to Doha. It is a 777 freighter, 11 years old, first flight October 2011. Let's go. There she goes. Now, you can see it is opening up a little bit over there, more to the north. Over here still a few droplets of drizzle are falling. So this was the last airplane of the day. I am going to wrap it up after this airplane is gone. Thank you all so much for tuning in again, ladies and gentlemen. I've had a blast and I hope you guys did too. Thanks to everyone who was so kind to donate super stickers, super chats, super likes, memberships, or become a member themselves. There's also a merch shop if you want to support the channel in a different way. Have a look at it if you might be interested. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, weather permitting. If it is going to rain the entire day, then don't count on me going out tomorrow. But if there is an opportunity, whether it is in the morning or in the afternoon, I will go out again tomorrow. I'm also looking to go out on the next upcoming days, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, but it is all weather permitting. But I am going live again soon. I'm hoping to see you guys then. For now, thanks for joining me. Have a nice evening or day, depending on what time it is, where you are living. Be safe. Talk to you soon. And bye for now.